This is your host, Odd Job Entertainment, bringing you another stream tonight. How are we doing? Looks like the chat thing broke itself again, so let me fix that real quick. All right, there we go. Now it's fixed. Cool. So 2 days ago, we spent an awful lot of time trying to get a mining gadget attached to a rock to lower its resistance, mine it, and bring it back. Prior to that, I had actually found a 865 quality rock of torite, I think. And so I had that in my prospector cargo. After failing to crack the rock that we were shooting at, I cut the stream and I started taking what I did successfully mine back to Levski. And about 10 kilometers away from getting to the station, I had a pretty big lag spike while going 1,000 meters per second. And it recovered about 1 kilometer away from the station. And I had no time to slow my ship down. And I died. Smacked against the rock. Woke up back in Levski. Nothing to show for all that time. To make things even worse, I can't even prove that that happened because when I clicked what I thought was going to save that recording, I hit the stop replay buffer. It didn't stop and save, it just stopped the replay buffer. So I have no footage either of that incident occurring, which is all very, very frustrating. Let's go ahead and share the links though. Let's see, put this on cam. Yeah, very, very frustrated how it turned out, but whatever. It's Star Citizen. What do you expect, right? Okay, grab that one. And finally, the Rumble link. All right, there we go. So that has been shared in the Discord. Switch back to the main screen. So, I want to kick off today watching the latest Inside Star Citizen. It is a preview of 4.7 coming out. Uh-oh. These weren't plugged in and they might be dead. Every time. These were working pretty well for the last bit. Why are they not working now? Try and get these fixed again. Oh, I heard the power on thing. That might have done it. guess.
Hey everyone,
Hey, all right, cool. That was easy to fix. So these show 98%. I think we'll be good.
I'm an NPC called Jared. You're the player character called Nigel Thickness. Let's jump inside Star Citizen and take a quick look at some of what's coming in next week's release of Alpha 4.7. Let's go.
Wait, sorry, what did you say?
Some of what's coming in next week's release of Alpha 4.7.
Okay.
Let's go.
Patch report, Alpha 4.7.
Now, the big headline feature in Alpha 4.7 is our new operation, Breaker Stations, also referred to as the artist formerly known as Rockcracker.
Okay.
Currently in testing on the PTU, Breaker Stations invite you to visit these derelict stations, find your way inside, restore operational control in whatever manner you can, clear out some baddies, because there's always some baddies, and then attain your reward, which in this case is a bunch of cool minerals you have to fly inside an asteroid to retrieve.
So speaking of there's always baddies, right? I understand it's a video game, right? So there's the expectation to suspend your disbelief a little bit. Sure. I just find it a little funny is all that you pay these exorbitant fees to get access to this location, and then there's a bunch of criminal squatters there ready to shoot you as soon as you land. Like, just that concept is humorous to me. I mean, I get it's a video game. I'm not saying they should change it. It's just, that would be really weird if it happened in real life. But people make the IRL comparisons way too much with this game. So I I shudder to put that idea in someone's head, because then that'll be the next Spectrum thread.
It's the next major content drop for Star Citizen this year, looking to build upon the work from previous operations like Stormbreaker, Onyx Facilities, and Welcome to Nyx, complete with optional paths to success and greater rewards for those who unlock all of its secrets.
If it works.
But these Breaker Stations also come with a unique twist. There are exclusive and contested versions available to all players. The exclusive options will make it easier for dedicated.
So last I heard, though, the exclusive were 850,000. So this looks like they've done a price adjustment, which I imagine they've probably been doing throughout all these patches. I just have not actually tried this mission yet. But it looks like 400,000 and 200,000. So if that is the case, I think we have enough credits that we should be able to try it today. So maybe we'll dive into that. We'll see if we can get someone online to help me out, because it's not going to be very fun doing that with just a prospector, I don't think.
Groups of players to tackle the content on their own without too much interference from the universe as a whole.
Oh, sorry. The other thought that I had with that is this is a temporary thing, doing it this way, because basically we're still waiting for instancing to be a thing. And I think it's probably worth talking about the difference between instancing and what this is just after the video here. So remind me and we will hop into Krita and explore that a little bit.
While contested locations will provide a more rambunctious adventure for people who like a little more chaos in their lives. In either case, bring backup. Now additionally, there are even more locations without the Rock to Crack, dedicated to a variety of sandbox missions that will be unlocking a few weeks after release. So altogether, these Breaker Stations represent an exciting progression in location scale, combined arms combat, industrial opportunities, the ongoing conversation about PvE, PvP, and PvPvE, and just in general, everyone coming together to either help or hinder one another, depending on which contract and what experience you choose.
All personnel be advised, mining laser sequence activated.
That's not all 4.7 has to offer. The long-fabled inventory improvements are upon us, providing the next evolution of Star Citizen's interface for index.
improvements is doing a little bit of heavy lifting there, I think. I think overall, yes, it is much better than what we had before. I've got some gripes though. I'm not thrilled with it yet. I think it needs quite a bit more iteration before we could call this one done. Um, Things that should be intuitive and or I guess the intuitive action that you take trying to get something to happen with the inventory doesn't seem to result the way that you think it does in a lot of edge cases. So I know that they're not saying that this is done, but I'm just saying I recognize that it's not done as well. So it is a lot cleaner. It's a lot snappier. You know, those things can't be denied. But it still needs a bit of work.
Interacting and evoking all the irregular items you intersect with throughout the universe. With new functionalities that affect everything from stacking to displaying inherent quality and...
Oh, see, that's one right there. If you're trying to drag something onto your person, we've got, what is this now, 12 years of dragging it to the slot on the paper doll, right? But now your weapon slots are strictly over here. There's nowhere on the person that you can put that. I think that they could easily solve that by just putting a couple icons here, just for some added redundancy to make it easy for players to transition from the old to the new system. And that would bring up some parity with other games as well. But just give players a little circle that they can drag their weapons onto here or put it down here, right? Keep both options. And then ironically, he's clicking and dragging the helmet into position. That is not the fastest way to do it anymore. Just a double click will swap the equipped helmet with the one that you're clicking. And that's going to be a lot faster. And it seems that functionality, while it existed slightly different in the previous version, that seems to be the much more reliable method of getting it to work with this new one. So it's kind of funny that they themselves are showing old habits die hard, I guess.
A spiffy new look that should cut down on time looking for the right stuff. It's a major quality of life improvement for the verse that will not just continue to improve beyond 4.7, but set up the foundation for other new features along the way. And one of those other new features include the first iteration of crafting, the next major step forward in allowing citizens to shape and conform the universe as they see fit. What starts with customizing an FPS item to handle and perform the way you'd like is the beginning of a journey throughout this year that will bolster the agency and combine the efforts of all players throughout every aspect of Star Citizen's gameplay. Whether you're the miner who collects raw materials, or the salvager collecting unique components, the refinement specialist producing the highest grade commodities, or the long-haul trucker delivering everything to where it's needed most. The mercenary who hunts for the latest and rarest blueprints, or the combat specialist who serves as both client and protector, the crafting journey that begins here with Alpha 4.7 is an essential element to realizing the living, breathing, interactive universe that we've been building towards, and is one of the most exciting additions to the universe this year. And of course, as with every new system, there's going to be a host of changes along the way. So be sure you check out the new crafting guide that releases alongside Alpha 4.7 with all the latest info. Now, of course, at the beating heart of Star Citizen is its spaceships. And Alpha 4.7 is bringing with it a host of changes and improvements to spaceship gameplay as development pushes towards the eagerly awaited tactical strike groups this spring. And that starts with the next iteration of shield and armor updates. For shields, this means changes to overall health and the effectiveness of energy weapons. For armor, this includes adjusting the minimum damage requirements to make it harder for smaller projectiles to penetrate, as well as creating an evolving progression of what types of weapons to use when in select situations.
And I feel like it's
There's changes to radar
as of yet, just because it's still changing so much. When the patch cycle first started, it was strict damage gating, where if the armor required 50 alpha DPS, then and you hit it with a 46, then you do no damage. If you do 51, then you do full damage. There's a lot of people that think that was better now I think it's a, if you are over the skill ceiling, or the if you're over the damage threshold, you can start stripping away the armor. And then once the armor is stripped away, then all weapons do full damage. I know that change specifically was unpopular for some people. I don't know where I'm at. I have to try it out. But I think it makes a lot more sense to have it be that way, at least in my head. So we'll try that out tonight, see what we think.
Protection systems, where the type of equipment you have and the power assigned to both now directly affect the range. Things like aim pips and ESP come into play.
But it also seems to be affecting your missiles, and I don't know that they explicitly state that. Maybe they will here. That seems to be the experience that I've been having, and that aspect has been kind of frustrating because it's been pulling the range that I can actually get a lock on so close that it's difficult to get the lock before they're too close for my missiles to be effective.
Updates to missile explosions that mean the explosion radius of external hits become more focused and should no longer damage internal components without first breaching an opening. As well as a pass on many of the doors, ramps, and lifts in ships to improve their durability, because we're about to give people a much bigger reason to target them from now on. And of course, if you've been on PTU the last few weeks, you've already seen how much these values have fluctuated. That's all part of the process of taking advantage of the testing at scale that you provide us. Now, as with all Balancer-related feature changes, these will continue to be tested and adjusted on PTU after this is aired, and even beyond our live release. So be sure you check out the patch notes for the latest details, and keep the feedback on Spectrum and Issue Council coming. Also in 4.7, there's new factions to encounter.
Whoa, that's
also in 4.7.
That is a cool helmet. How is this the first time I'm seeing this? That looks awesome.
There's new
That's giving me like some Arkham Knight Red Hood vibes. That looks super cool.
Factions to encounter. New space stations to explore. New armors to be acquired.
I'm sorry, I hate that armor so much. It looks like you are... It looks like you're the Optimus robot. It looks like you're built by Tesla. I think it's cool. You know, I'm all for armor variety. It's not my style. I'm not going to wear that one, but I've seen a lot of people wearing it. Clearly it is very popular, and I don't have to like every piece of armor. It's probably a good thing that I don't like every piece of armor, because that means that we're appealing to more people than just Oddjob. So if you want to be the Optimus robot, go right ahead.
Expanded salvage contracts. And hey, don't forget, the story of Alpha 4.7 doesn't end with its intended release next week. That's because there are still several point patch content drops between now and Alpha 4.8 in May, including Alpha 4.7.
Point 1. He means 471.
Which is about including Alpha patch content drops between now and Alpha 4.8 in May, including Alpha 4.7.
Point 1. He means 471.
Which is about 2 weeks after that, with the newly redesigned Hull B, which we'll reveal in about 2 weeks.
And the Hull B, right, is it's less than the Hull C, greater than the Hull A. I know, mind-blowing stuff there, right? But I remember them saying something about the whole Hull series. Man, that's a tongue twister. Whole Hull series. Where, like, the Hull E was supposed to be, like, tens of thousands of SCU. Just some absurd number. And so they dramatically brought that way, way down. With the idea that, hey, lo and behold, players don't want to load tens of thousands of SCU onto a ship. That's a miserable experience. So let's bring it down to something much more reasonable. So it's actually quite a bit closer to what the Hull C is in total capacity. And the Hull B, D, those three ships have all had their cargo adjusted accordingly.
Oh, the Greycat UTV, which we can show you now. Yay!
Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Just a little pickup truck, basically. And it's got some visible weapon storage on the side. Come on, if I can... See, I think that's pretty cool. It's like the side toolbox on a truck. Looks like there's a step, maybe to help easy clambering into the back. And I say pickup truck, it's a little smaller than what you'd see on an American freeway, but those are also wildly impractical for most cases, and people just keep buying them anyways. This is more so an upsized golf cart or utility cart, but I think it looks pretty cool. I like the wheel fairings.
Now? Yay!
Yeah, I dig it.
Hey, little guy. The Captains of Industry promotion, which sees the return of many cargo, mining,
That's a
salvage
cool
vehicles,
skin.
and
I
more.
like that.
And then in 472, about 2 weeks after that, that's where Nyx expands once again with a whole host of new missions, including the return of courier and delivery assignments,
Oh, goody.
bombing runs, and those
Those would be
delightful
cool.
destroy item engagements as they all come into play using the Rockless breaker
Oh,
stations
man,
that we talked
I've
about
missed
before.
those, actually. Those have been out for a long
Altogether,
time, haven't
the
they?
Alpha 4.7 era will deliver new content about every 2 weeks between now and 4.8, which is another way the development team is working to ensure that there's always something new for as many Star citizens as possible. And before we go, there's one more thing that we can show you coming to Alpha 4.7 next week. Yeah, but we can only do it super quickly. Because we're jerks.
I'm already on the space bar. What in the... Okay, that's clearly a new ship. What is that? Okay. Try to get a frame where it's in focus. I'm seeing a lot of sharp, pointy bits, which makes me think RSI. And this is rough camera work. I don't know if we're going to find a good frame in focus. Oh, maybe here. Okay, come back into view. Oh, but they did say that there's an Origin ship coming out, right? Is that what this is? It looks... The angles make me think RSI. But I also... Didn't they also... I think that they said that there's an Aegis ship coming out as well. Aegis has a lot of angular ships. This doesn't look like a Origin silhouette to me. And I can't tell if this is a canopy. That... If it is, it looks very RSI to me, right? The overall shape of the engines looks RSI. But I'm not sure about the lighting in the front of the engines. I mean, like, the Scorpius does do something kind of like that when you are reversing, but not in the forward motion. And okay, it's got a little bit of a spoiler, it looks like.
You could say a new start for spaceflight arrives in Alpha 4.7. Come on back next week to find out more.
Is that the new Aurora? That's probably the Aurora, right? That's an RSI ship. And that should be releasing soon. Speaking of the Aurora, Wills says, praying the Mark II Aurora is $60 so I can get it. Yeah. It's a starter ship. I think starter ships should always be priced around $60, but that's my opinion. I don't make the game. I just complain. That's a long throw. All right, cool. Yeah, so we'll touch on that a bit later. Let's go ahead and open up Krita. And new image. Create. Need my artist glove. The doctor will see you now. Pull this out. All right, so instancing, right? The thing that people get really hung up about and they don't seem to actually understand what it is. Let's talk about it again. So, the way Star Citizen works today is you have much too thick. One of these buttons should be undo. There we go. Undo. Bring that brush size down a bit. So, in Star Citizen today, you have your global population. And we'll kind of a big circle around that. Right now, this means that it doesn't matter what you do, you can never separate yourself from the global population. You could be doing Hathor, CZs, Onyx, ASD, all these various locations. There are still ways to get zerged in these locations. Right? You're not actually safe, even for the ones like Onyx and ASD that space you out a little more. Right? The way that they're doing that is they make it hard to find the locations, and then you only get access to a easy jump point if you take the correct mission to get there. Right? But that's not a perfect solution. Because as we can see with the Rockbreaker stations today, if you get the location, log out, and or bring a ship that has a spawnable bed on it, you can keep coming back to that location over and over without having to get the location again, right? That creates an issue because all of a sudden, when you pay the higher fee for a exclusive mission, it's not actually exclusive, and people can just loiter at these locations and still mess with your intended gameplay, right? There's not actually a way to separate yourself. Then comes instancing, right? So we add another population over here that's now separate from the global population. And this is your instance. And this is a much smaller circle, right? Now, how do you get between these two populations? Well, that's what CIG seems to still be working out, but there's a lot of different potential options. And I think all of them are on the table. It's just getting the tech to work that way, right? Those options could be something like UQT jump. You could go through a door. You could go through an airlock. You could pass a threshold. Even rounding a corner, right? Anything that temporarily separates or breaks line of sight between you and the rest of the people around you is a candidate for being a method to jump from the global population into an instance. The critical part, though, is that your instance is, for the most part, exclusive. You're no longer part of the global population. So if you took a QT jump, for instance, that sets you into an instance, if someone takes the same route you just did and goes through that same QT jump, CIG has the ability to say, well, we're not going to let you into the instance this time. You're just going to continue your QT jump as normal, and it won't add you to. Similar things with doors and airlocks, right? Like, let's say Wills is part of my party, but he's lagging behind a little bit. So we go ahead and start the ASD mission with the intention that he catches up with us later, right? Well, because he's in the same party, CIG can do a rule check and say, okay, well, he's gone through the same door you did, he's in the same party, so we'll add him to the instance. But anyone who's not in our party, CIG has the ability to say, no, we're not going to add you. And that's the real power of an instance, is you have a lot more tools to control who gets access to the event, how many people get access to the event, and once you have that ability, now you have a lot more creative control over the kinds of stories that you can tell. For instance, if we hide these two layers, I'm going to channel my my inner pirate software for a minute. Hold on. I need long hair. I'll be right back. All right. There. I got long hair. So now I'm pirate software. And I'll just talk in a low effort, low timbre voice so that people think more than I actually am. And okay, I'm not going to do that forever. That's I already hate myself. So I play a lot of Destiny 2, right? Destiny 2 has raids. Raids are designed for 6 players. And the whole concept of the raid is built with that 6-player count in mind. Welcome, Lions Kool-Aid. Welcome to the chat. How you doing tonight? 07. For instance, one of my favorite raids was the Leviathan raid when Destiny 2 first came out. And right at the end, you fight Gaul, and he's kind of like this alien Buddha looking guy. He's got a big old collar. He's very rotund. Wait, sorry, it's not Gaul, it's Emperor Callus. I think he's got like a necklace too. Like I said, Space Buddha, basically. I'm not the one making the offensive joke. Destiny 2 developers did when they designed the character. I'm just pointing it out. But everything about this fight is coordinated with that 6-player count in mind, right? So he has so much health. He deals so much damage. He has what's the word I'm thinking of? Like the NPCs that spawn. I'll just put NPCs. NPCs that spawn. There's the mechanics of the raid. Like, there's a section where you split up into 2 teams of 3. 3 people go into this interdimension, and they have to tell the other team what symbols they see, and that team has to shoot those symbols that this team in this alternate dimension doesn't die, and that's how you actually enter the damage phase, right? So there's a lot of like space magic stuff going on. all of these are done with that 6-player limit in mind. As soon as you're able to add 12 players, for instance, as is the case with the with one of the most recent raids, where it was actually like the final mission of the campaign, you were all able to fight the Witness as a 12-man team. It just gets kind of insane. Like, you as a player can deal so much damage because now you have like, typically you would have one person on Divinity, which is a trace rifle that when you shoot at the enemy, it creates this giant crit spot that everybody else can shoot and take advantage of. Well, now you have someone who does Divinity in your 12-man team, and then the 11 other people can use their highest DPS options, and the boss goes down way faster than they were intended to. So Destiny did it one time for that one fight, and it was kind of a cool thing, like this moment of solidarity with other players. It was a cool moment, but as far as like doing that for other raids, it's just way too hard to balance that many players at the same time. You've just got too many options. With a lot of the things that Star Citizen is looking to add, I predict that you would have very similar issues if you tried to do raid mechanics in Star Citizen. We've got the worm, right? Let's see how good I can draw a worm. The same thing applies to the worm. It has X number damage, X number health. It spawns these lesser NPCs around it to aggro the player and keep them distracted. If you're able to bring 100 people, there's no way to make the worm challenging, right? You have to be able to limit the number of players that can get there so that you can balance that level of DPS of the players versus the DPS of your boss, health of your players, health of your boss. These are the things you have to keep in mind. If you have the situation where you can get 100 players there, then it quickly becomes a situation where you have to have 100 players there, which could be fun for some org activities, but that's going to be out of reach for the majority of players who really just like to play on their own or with a small group, right? So instancing allows you to still have this ability to create encounters that are fun and challenging, but without making it so that it's just a nightmare to balance and control. The other thing that can be said here is, and this again goes with the idea of a 100-person org taking on an activity, if you created an activity that's balanced towards 100 players interacting with it at one time, that very quickly gets monopolized by the biggest orgs, right? And then what do you have your smaller groups of players do? They don't have access to the same roster of people to play with, so they just don't get to do those kinds of things. But instancing ensures that there's always a way for a player to get access to an event. And if the player requirements are kept small, that means that you and your buddy or you and a couple friends are able to jump in and actually do something. Whereas if it stays in the global population, you just get all of those locations controlled by orgs, right? Picture Hathor when it first came out, right? Hathor today, it's broken. Most of the things don't work, but you can kind of get through it as a small group. But certainly during the early days, it was just orgs running the place the whole time, right? If Star Citizen achieves its goal of mass adoption, those kinds of scenarios become much more common with a higher active player base. Instancing allows you a great counter towards that exact problem. Lions Kool-Aid says, been following the Trigger mod stuff. Any thoughts on a Pinky Button mod for the Alpha Primes? yes, we are going to do a Pinky Button mod. Essentially, it's going to be an extender. Got some ideas on how to pull it off that I think are going to be pretty cool. We're also going to be adding a clutch damper for the Z axis. Right now, the Z feels very oversprung, so there's no damping on it, and it causes it to just feel very sensitive. I want to tone that down a little bit, so it's going to be a collar that grabs onto the grip and then reaches down onto the circular base and just uses a piece of felt to add a little bit of friction so that it's not quite so easy to move. I have to make an emergency bio break. I'll be right back. All right, crisis averted. uh, what were we talking about? Something about instancing, right? So, anyways, I'm really excited for instancing to come in. I think it is a much needed tool for the kinds of activities we want to see CIG make. They're just not able to do it nearly to the standard that we are expecting without it. So I'm all for instancing. I think it's going to be great. And then in case you guys weren't here for my commentary at the start of the stream, I have nothing from the previous stream to show that it even happened. Very, very frustrating. We messed around with getting that that gadget attached to the rock for far too long. ended up getting it attached finally after like, what, 30 minutes. Still wasn't able to crack the rock. But hey, I had that 865 quality rock from earlier in the stream. So after I shut the stream down, I set about bringing that back to Levski Station, thinking, all right, well, at least I've got some 865 torite that I can refine. Well, I had a lag spike hit about 10 kilometers away from the station, going 1,000 meters per second. And it cleared up about 1,000 meters from the station, and I had no time at all to slow my ship down. So, lo and behold, smack into the asteroid super hard, and there is nothing left of any of that. To make matters worse, I don't even have footage of the whole incident because when I clicked the stop replay buffer on OBS, which I thought was going to stop and save it, it didn't save it. It just stopped recording. So that rock's gone. There's nothing to show for it. With that in mind, I was looking at SC Crafter thinking, okay, well, let's target farm some blueprints. Let's see if there's anything that I really want to get. I do enjoy the Parallax Energy Assault Rifle. I know that might be a little controversial for some people. You can get some pretty solid buffs on it, though. Right? Like, you can cut the recoil down by 40%, if I'm understanding this correctly. And you can get a plus 26% damage modifier. So that has the potential to be really good, actually. It does require Karenite. Oof, that's a tough one, because that requires that you do the Hathor mission. So I don't think that we'll be able to craft any of this tonight, but that does look like a really cool option for when it does hit the PU, because I do have some Karenite in the PU that hopefully will work for this. The other one that I was looking at is the P8AR, and you can get that by target farming. How did that paragraph get auto-modded, but that other didn't? What paragraph are you talking about? I need some clarification. I'm not understanding that. The P8AR requires Stellaron, Hephaestionite, and Iron. You can get the blueprint by doing the verified bounty missions, which are everywhere. So, since Stellaron only spawns in Pyro, I'm thinking it might be kind of cool to try and get this built by the end of tonight. Oof, making a custom Zenith is going to be tough. Look at that, Janelite. Isn't that the one that's super rare, only spawns in caves, maybe sometimes? S71. It's actually pretty easy. So yeah, anywho, I think we're going to try spawning in Pyro and getting some blueprints there. And then once we've got the blueprint, we can go about trying to get ourselves some Stellaron. Actually, let me think. I want to get that darn Helix. I want to get the Helix. Where is that spawn? Mining heads. Helix. Oh, okay. We can get it at Ruin Station. Oh, is that what happened? Okay. Yeah, I don't know what they do, but that Stream Boo one, it comes through all the time. I'm just gonna use the default guy we got here. It looks like Alex Cross. Saw an ad for that today. Check it out. I think he's also in Leverage though, isn't he? Uh-oh. Oh, good. Okay, it did work. I was worried we had the the lag that you get with the darn terminals. So did another workout earlier today, and man, let me tell you, I've been doing some research into chest exercises, okay? And my buddy and I, we've been doing chest press on the machine a lot. And because of the shoulder issues that you guys already know about, I was doing it where my hands are, I guess, about nipple line, right? So it's a little lower than like a neutral, or yeah, than a neutral chest press would be. So that focuses a lot more on the lower head of the pec muscle. And I wasn't super happy with how the growth was showing up. So started doing some research, realized that there is a lower and an upper head. The upper head connects to your collarbone and then also to your humerus. Consequence of that was we started adding a lot more upper pec targeting exercises, and wow. I know you guys don't see me naked all the time, and it's going to stay that way. Unless I don't get an engineering job again soon, then I might have to break out the OnlyFans. But I'm able to see in the mirror a lot more development happening, and it's very exciting for me. My favorite one so far is you're using a cable machine. You set it to a low angle out to the side, and then you bring your arms up in front of you like this, and then it pulls down behind you. That one feels awesome. You can do the same thing with dumbbells, but I feel like I get a lot more out of it using the cables. I'm well on pace, though, to become the biggest physically engineering video game channel on YouTube, which admittedly is a pretty small niche. I think I mean, Kyle Hill, he's got a nice build, but he doesn't do so much gaming, right? So I don't really have to compete against him. I can't think of anyone else off the top of my head that you could say does both. So maybe I'm only competing against myself, but I'll get there. Welcome aboard, Overboard. How you doing? Where am I going? I'm looking for the stores and stuff. That's right, you do have to go through here. Supposedly, this is where I can get the Helix head.
Shit for sale. Got shit for sale.
Why is there no labels?
No problem.
Oh, that slow recovery for the lighting.
Okay. Some
It's
great
tough.
new products.
Not a fan.
Come on and check them out. Fine.
Okay, that's the Ghost Arena door.
For sale. Got shit for sale.
Let me know if you change your mind.
Okay, I'll let you know if I change my mind. Where's the stairs? Has it been that long since I've been to Pyro that I can't remember where to find anything? Way to out myself as a Care Bear, right? Wasn't on stream, but I tried to sneak into the exec hangar a few weeks ago. Ended up losing all 7 of my cards. There was a guy waiting on the inside. I was dumb. I wasn't checking around the corner before I opened the door. It was so stupid. Totally on me, but he definitely got the jump on me. Very frustrating. Yes.
Just got a new shipment of stuff. Have a look.
Where did Seastone say that it actually is? Hangar Transit Refinery. Oh, duh. What am I doing here? I'm an idiot. Of course it's going to be in the refinery. What am I doing? Which means that instead of doing that whole trek, I could have just gotten there by using the elevator from my hangar.
Hey there.
Okay. Winery deck, equipment. All right, here we go. Shop terminal. Boo 8369. I'm on the road right now, but once I park, me and the squad are rolling deep into your next stream. Add me on Discord. Username Olale7. Alright, sure, I'll do that. Oh, good. I was seeing these and I'm like, what the hell? Where is it? That's what we want. More power. Okay, so we got the highest power one. And this also has a pretty big impact to resistance. So it's able to punch a little bit above the given number, which should help it as well. But it suffers from your charge window size, right? So we might want to consider getting something to counteract that. And the account was created 10 minutes ago. Isn't there a way to... Isn't there a setting on Twitch that I could turn on that makes it so that you have to be following for 5 minutes before you can comment? That's probably why that exists, right? I feel like I've run into that before. which would probably be smart of me to do. You will join me in this pain? Yes. If anything, I want to get more power to always be able to crack bigger rocks. But, okay, so this helps with... These both help with optimal charge window size. And they affect extraction laser power. Get 2 of those just in case we want to use them. And then, I think... This gives you 6 uses. I just don't feel like I do enough mining to really get the full use out of the active ones yet. This one would... Okay. Yeah, I think that's all I really care about. And then gadgets. Oh, well that one seems good. Grab that one. Yeah, I think we'll just do that. Most bots don't seem to do that. If they still keep on appealing, I'll change it to 10 minutes of following. Okay, so now here's the question, and I don't know, maybe this sounds manipulative, maybe people won't like me for this, but being that I am a smaller streamer, right? We've gotten pretty good at recognizing what's clearly a bot or not, right? So we're not going to click on those. Is traffic, or do bots do more harm than good? I guess they don't really stick around, though, do they? They just come in, clutter the chat, and then they buzz off. So it's not like they're actually staying to watch your stream.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
And we'll do some more work with the Guardian. Get the Prospector called in. And Gladius.
Your vehicle has been delivered.
And then we need to get ourselves the blueprint first. So pull up the Gladius because we need to do the missions that get that. I think I'll just do those two. I don't see why not. Okay, there I need to get myself kitted. So then here's the next question. When a bot enters and then leaves quickly, does that also hurt your viewership? Like, would I stay higher on the roster if I didn't have people leaving the stream all the time. Utility. Cannot fit inside. What are we talking about? It's a backpack. Okay, did it just not have it properly initialized? That was weird. Okay, see, this is exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about, right? Like, I can no longer just drop this on the slot here. I have to put it over here. I don't... Is this 4 as in tier or quantity? Yeah, I was thinking about that, right? Like, am I think I've cultivated an audience that is admittedly difficult to keep happy, and that's not anyone's fault but my own. When I started the channel, I was doing strictly Star Citizen content for the most part, and a lot of my initial viewers are Star Citizen fans. As time has gone on, I've been trying to move more into engineering content. Well, these people don't necessarily care about engineering content, and these people don't necessarily care about Star Citizen content. So I've got this split in the audience where neither of them cares very much for half of what I make. And, you know, I'm not trying to blame anybody there. That's been entirely my fault due to a lack of guidance. Or a lack of direction would probably be the better way to say that. But it does make it kind of challenging to know what the best move is for the channel. Do I keep making Star Citizen content? Do I just keep soldiering on with engineering? And I could definitely do better to set up the categories better, where, you know, I'm not trying to get into the Star Citizen category with engineering stuff. That's on me as well. But the idea that I've tried to have is that the channel focuses on the intersection of gaming and engineering, but that doesn't seem to be playing out very well. I've actually been thinking of splitting the channel and making it so that the main channel would dedicate solely to engineering content, and then the new channel that I'd make, which would be Odd Job Gaming, only does like Star Citizen stuff. see that lag spike right there? I don't know if you guys can see that, but that's exactly what got me killed after I cut the stream.
Good day. Take down
2
some
days
shit,
ago.
huh? Got your pay on tap and ready to go once you punch him out.
Alright, let's see. Did they fix... We're still zoomed in to the ship. Still very annoying. That seems okay, but if I search... Guys, look! Everything's showing up the right way now. They fixed the map. Oh, I'm so happy. The other thing that I've been thinking about, and I'm not sure what the answer is here. I don't feel like I do the best job when I'm streaming of keeping people entertained. I think that that's a skill that comes with time, but I'm not there yet. And so I don't blame people for not wanting to sit through a 4-hour VOD when it gets automatically uploaded. It's definitely not my best content. So I was thinking of potentially making it so that the streams are members only, with the idea that then I could make videos from it. And release videos, but then like if you wanted to catch the full stream, like if you're a member, you probably already like me. Oh my gosh. Well, so I guess that would be an alternative. Oh, what account am I playing on here? Coolius. If I did that, though, I think I'd have to stop the multi-streaming and just focus on doing streams on YouTube only. So the Twitch side would go away. Because I don't think that there's a way that I have access to make streams exclusive. And I don't know of a way to get that to be shared across memberships, which I wouldn't feel good about making someone... about splintering it like that. But right now, when I do cut a section of the stream into a video, those videos haven't been doing very good. So I think it's... I think essentially they both cannibalize each other. Like, if people are going to watch the VOD, well, then logically they're not going to want to watch a video cut from the VOD, right? And vice versa, if they just watch the video, well, then they feel like, and probably correctly assume, that they've seen the most entertaining part. I don't know. I don't want that. I don't want this to sound like I'm complaining, though. Like, it's me strategizing in my head, and I do a lot of thinking about this stuff while I'm streaming, which is probably not healthy. Ultimately, like, whatever's going to be the most entertaining, that's going to do the best, right? And it's me trying to figure out what strategy can I employ that helps the viewers feel like they're getting their value from their time watching the stuff that I make. Whew. Easy. Okay, so no blueprint from that one. But now we should have access to more missions. Right? Maybe I need to go back to Ruin for that to...
Done and dusted. Nice one. Send in your pay.
Okay, so here's the final test for the map. It still starts off stupidly zoomed in, which I hate. But if I search Ruin, I can actually search Ruin. Oh, blessed day! Oh, this is beautiful. I can actually use the map. Speaking of strategy, though, I've been thinking about it. I think the best way to make money has got to be making protein powder. I bought some flavors that I was really looking forward to from Walmart the week before I got fired. And I bring them home. I got this cinnamon toast flavor. So excited to try this. It looked like it was going to be like the cinnamon toast crunch type of flavor. Crack it open. Smells wonderful. You get this sweet cinnamon scent hitting your nostrils. Oh, I was so excited. But then I open my eyes and I look into the container. It's not even half full. Container's this tall. It has, no joke, this much powder in it. And I know that settling is a thing, right? It's not going to be the same level of full. But for it to be like less than half, like, are you kidding me? Okay, see, that's what we needed. We needed to come back into orbit so that we could get the next verified bounty. Guys, the map is actually working. I'm so impressed. Thank you, CIG. You fixed it.
Bounty's all yours. Get locked and loaded.
Minimum threshold achieved. Welcome to the party, Wills. Guess I should throw myself into Discord, huh? Probably be helpful. All right, I'm jumping into the stream room chat. just to control the riffraff that would like to join a little bit. Didn't I already accept? Is that the shark bite on? Oh, and then I need to make sure that OBS is still visible so I can tell what the heck is going on with the stream. Oh, and I also need to set it back to the main screen so you guys can see what's going on. So, according to the description for the P8 blueprint, any of these verified bounties has a chance to spawn it. So, I imagine that we're going to get a lot of weapon blueprints this way, but hopefully we can get that P8 AR, and then we'll actually have the Helix 1 to crack sizable rocks instead of pebbles. Okay, let's test that. Okay, so missile range, I'm well within, right? Not getting that target lock.
Hit!
It only came in at like 2.5. Which almost had him within the range where I could not fire the missiles.
Just got confirmation that bounty's been cleared. I'll get you paid.
So, I'm not thrilled about that aspect of these changes. I need to hit escape. There's something I want to check while I'm thinking about it, because I just hit that toggle switch on the alphas, and I was reminded how much I hate that three-way switch. So let's do a little checkaroo and see when the Aeromaxes are supposed to be here, because they should be coming soon. Yeah, they still say on the Aero Grip ETA Q4 2025, well past that, and Q1 2026. Press X to doubt. I guess let me send them a quick email, because I need them to send me that stuff. Otherwise, I can't make attachments for them. Okay, there we go. That's sent. So hopefully we'll hear back from them. And then I can get to working on those. I really think that those are probably going to be the better fit, that I end up staying with more. I don't know how many of these I'm going to have to
Hey, it's Kid.
complete
Saw that
before
you're
we
picking
get
up another
a
bounty. Good luck with this.
blueprint from these. Like, what is the... See, this probably tells me that they probably aren't able to get the level from it easily, right, in a readable format. But I would think that it would just... I don't know, this makes it seem like it's generic, right? Like any mission has the chance of giving you a blueprint. Maybe it is something that is scaling with the difficulty. Just like ace pilots are more likely to spawn in higher difficulty missions. What's our rep looking like, though? I mean, we're doing pretty good. The other thing that I was thinking of after stream, which this should have been an obvious thing to me, was I probably just need to add a little bit of a dead zone to X and Y on the HOTAS inputs. Because we were really struggling to get the ship to hold still. So now, by I think that's probably a much better range. Just increased it to 0.1. love committing crimes in these 100 eyes, huh? Oh, okay. I wasn't paying attention. Come back! Come back! Man, that guy was zooming. Here we go. Done.
Nice job taking them out.
Still
Sure
no
making through.
blueprint. Can't tell you how happy I am to see the map working again, though. I think maybe the strat here, Wills, is if you take on missions and share them with me, I'll take on missions and share them with you, and we can double up the rep that we earn that way. That might be more effective with these lower missions being so easy. It's like, I share that one with you, then you pick up one on your side and share it with me, and we'll split the work that way. That was the first issue we've had all night, where it just didn't want to let me jump straight to him.
Play it smart and come home safe, you hear?
All right, thanks, Ken. I'll do that. It's got to be a scaling thing, right? Once the missions get more complicated, then it'll give you more reward. Let's see, what weapons do they sell at Ruin Station? And Urk will have that? Maybe Seastone will have that. Yeah. I'm just looking for the category. What category do I need to type in to sort that way? I went through all of them. Oh shoot, that's why. All right, I got that one. That's because I was in the refinery. Durr. There we go. So vehicle, that'll get rid of everything. Okay, I was looking to see if they had ballistics that would be worth getting, but it doesn't look like they do. So we'll just stick with what we got. Oh, did it not give me a new mission because I had accepted that one? Dang it. Alright, so we probably need to coordinate that then, where we'll both accept a mission and then we share. Otherwise, I don't think it lets me pick up a new one. That, or there's just a limited number, which could also be true. Oh, but then that means that I could go to a different planet and get a different assortment. So I'll do that. I'll head to Bloom and I'll pick up missions around Bloom. Okay, I must not be... I can see that you're talking, but I'm not hearing you. So let me pull up Discord to make sure that the settings are correct. Sounds like they were not. Give me a mic check, Wills. Okay, all right. So you were probably pretty frustrated, huh? I wasn't hearing anything you said.
Yeah. I'm 20 GM out, so I'll probably be closer to Bloom anyways.
Well, you're like in the wrong direction though.
Size 3 quantum drive versus size 2 quantum drive differences.
Okay, all right. If you want to go to Bloom, you can do that. I'll
Yeah. The target, once it get a target lock, it will be dead. There we go. Contract should be completing momentarily.
I was wondering why you were more quiet than before. I just thought you didn't have a mic plugged in, but then I saw the green circle and I was like, oh no, I'm a moron.
Yeah, there it is. Size 5 torpedoes are so satisfying.
Oh, are you in the what's that anvil ship?
Let me cross them off the list and get you paid.
That is what it is though, isn't it? The anvil.
Bigger.
Oh, size 5. Perseus?
Yes.
Does the Perseus do size 5s? I thought it did bigger.
It does size 5s.
Oh, okay. Neat.
They're honestly some of the best missiles for tracking.
Yeah, that's been the thing that I've been running into where it just... Am I crazy though? Is it that the radar now affects your missile tracking ranges?
No, it was with the engineering is when that happened. IR missiles are completely useless.
Oh.
You need to get like a kilometer from the target to be able to lock on, and your minimum lock on distance is 1.5 kilometers. So you're never locking that missile correctly.
Yeah, okay, so that must be the issue that I'm running into, where it's just the missile that I have by default is just an IR missile.
Yeah, and then for cross sections, you need to actually scan for them to properly lock when they're in their actual lock-in distance. Because I believe it's cross sections or EM only show up like to your ship when you actually hit this scan button.
Well, I know that that's the case for cross section.
Yeah. EM will always just show up, so you just shouldn't need to scan, but do need to scan for cross section.
Okay, yeah. Huh. Okay. What are the rattlers? Are those IR?
They're useless because
But those are
they
the
need
best
to be.
ones.
Yep, they are, but you need to be 1.5 kilometers, and its minimum lock-on range is 5 kilometers, and you're already in their face by the time you get a lock-on, so you won't be able to fire them.
Okay, so it's not radar changes that are affecting it. It's just engineering at large.
Mm-hmm.
Does
And like when
CIG
the
not
Perseus
have, like,
released,
Excel?
when the Perseus released, it was a major change to torpedoes and missiles as a whole. Torpedoes track a lot better now.
Yeah.
And missiles seem to track a lot worse.
Awesome. Because you would expect it to be the exact opposite, right?
Yeah. And like before when firing a missile, to get them to actually track, you needed to be spinning as well. That doesn't seem to be the case now, but it used to be.
Okay, I need to just start letting them come towards me because they keep doing this boom and zoom thing and then they go way past me.
I'm doing the great tactic of shoot size 5 missile at size 1 ship and then turn around.
Well, not all of us can be dripping money all the time.
Yeah.
I can only say that though because we were not on my whale account.
Done and dusted. Nice one. Send in your pay.
And back to Terminus. So glad they fixed the map. That one was killing me.
I wouldn't have played this patch if it wasn't fixed.
I know, right? If I wasn't streaming it, I wouldn't be playing it. With the broken map at least.
Well, I got a tracker permit.
Does that mean that we... Well, it doesn't say I'm there yet, so... But if you're able to share it, that will probably give me the next rank up, so it won't really matter either. Is it for
Bounty's all yours.
DLRTs or
Airlock's loaded.
LRTs?
Take 'em out.
I'm just a probationary guild member right now.
Oh, okay. Huh. Oh, but this is the first... Well, no, you shared a mission with me before. Huh. I don't know. I don't know why it's doing that. Weird. Weird. Dude, I am loving these split triggers. I'm really happy with how the sidecar variant turned out. A true triumph of engineering. But I'm not biased. Okay, shared.
I got it.
Kent here. I'll be tracking your progress on the bounty. Watch yourself out there.
But that tracker permit is probably the permit to let me actually do missions around Bloom.
Oh yeah, you're probably right.
Because it does the same thing in Stanton whenever you go to a new subsystem.
Yeah, new jurisdiction. As much as Pyro can have a jurisdiction, kind of weird, right?
Yes, hello, Mr. A1. I am not here for you.
I can't hear the A1 name without thinking of the steak sauce. Do you have that problem?
It does sound like this is shake sauce.
And then like Avenger 1, right? He shortens it to A1 all the time. Every time he does though, I'm thinking the steak sauce and it like makes me chuckle stupidly. And then the bitter irony of steak sauce is you only need it if you don't know how to cook a steak.
It's like, when the steak is good, You don't need the sauce.
Exactly. Steak sauce exists for people that can't cook. That's my hot take of the day.
But like, my mother likes steaks pretty much well done, so there's no juices at all.
Yeah, cook the life
So-
out of it.
Yeah, so steak sauce is almost mandatory for it. Because,
Yeah,
like,
it can make
it's so
a hot
dry.
look edible. When my mom's dad came to visit us one time, we took him to a diner, and he likes his steaks well done. He kept sending it back because it was not well done enough. It was just, you feel bad for the cook.
Like, it doesn't need to be, like, fully pink, right? But some pink is fine.
Oh yeah,
Because then it's actually juicy.
yeah.
It's actually tasty.
Yep, medium,
it's not
medium
just-
rare, that's how I'm always doing it.
I do medium well most of the time, but it's also heavily enforced. Sharing a contract.
Got it.
Oh boy, obstructed.
Hey, it's Ken. Saw that you're picking up another bounty. Good luck with this one.
Shield under attack.
I really need to get myself more PvP experience. The PvE targets, they let you get away with so much.
They do.
Like, I'm just sitting in front of him, firing at him. We're both taking shots to the face, but my shields are bigger, so it doesn't
Nice
matter.
job taking them out. I'll push your payment through.
Well, I'm almost always flying in a big ship with like a person in my turret. And so all I need to do is orientate my turret in the general vicinity of where they're going to be.
Yep.
Little bit disheartened how big the PDC nerf is, but it was justified.
Oh, you mean you don't want Idrises to be light fighters? Solo ships? I was prototyping a video where I was just going to do the QV stations and NICs in an 890. Because they have one on the PU. I think someone just dumped a bunch of money at me at one point, so I just spent it on 890 because, like, fine, whatever. Would get rid of the money quickly on something that I can't use that much. But then it's like, well, the 890 does have PDCs. You can just loiter and let it take care of all the Vanduul around you. And it works disgustingly well. The problem is the QV missions themselves don't work. So, didn't end up doing it too much.
That's what I do with the Polaris is, if I'm too fed up with the game not working, and I don't want to play fighter v fighter, I pull out the Polaris and let the PDCs do the work.
Yep.
Or I just head and put the Polaris out there, and I just go inside of one of the turrets, and I just play, are you gonna peek me, or are you not?
I just shared one. Did you get that one?
You got
Yeah.
all the details, and you know what to do. Play it smart and come home safe.
This will give us LRTs. So, I don't know, maybe now we'll start getting blueprints. noticed that on the Guardian MX, the weapons are clipping really bad into each other?
You should know I usually only fly 2 ships, so I don't know.
Can't tell that from the Perseus? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I cannot tell that from the Perseus or Polaris.
Okay, alright.
I shared a mission to you.
I got
You
it.
get it?
Yeah.
Play it smart and come home safe.
31 GM for that. What the heck?
Well, you've got a nice big engine, right?
I might. I don't have a TS2, but I might. But my only complaints with this radar change is that they don't give you more power pips.
Yeah. So now you have
It's
to figure out how much you want to spend on radar, too.
Oh, you have to put everything in. You put everything in shields and everything else into radar, and you're only left with 2 pips for guns, which means you're delegated to ballistics only on capitals.
Yep.
Like the capitals, like the Aegis and Polaris, who have bespoke engines or bespoke power plants, and that cannot be changed. And the only way to upgrade them is to upgrade the ship, which is something in the future, but right now it's not implemented. So that means that you're suffering with power the entire time.
Yeah.
Yes, you shouldn't be able to fully power every system, but we should be able to fully power the systems that matter. Shields, engines, guns should not always be powered. Shields should always be powered. Radar should always be powered now. But that means you have no engines, and you have no weapons to power lasers.
Well, see, I'm okay with those kinds of scenarios. I do get what you're saying. Like, they're clearly still missing a lot of the balance that needs to go into that. But the part that is frustrating to me is it's not easy to swap power around, right? Like, if that's what they want us to be doing. Like, if I try to increase power to weapons right now, it's supposed to pull that pip from a different pool, but it doesn't do it. It has in previous patches, but it's not working like that now.
It stopped working with engineering.
So, like, I have to go manually set it away from shields, and then I can get it into weapons. And I can go and manually take it away from engines, which I guess I really should do because I don't need those nearly that much. But yeah, those are the things that really get me frustrated. Where it just seems like the vision doesn't feel cohesive across the different systems they've introduced.
But sure, they want to nerf the large ships, nerf capital ships. Sure, you already did that with PDCs. Give me back my power.
And the budget probably does need to be increased for a lot of ships. Or, I mean, they definitely need to go and tweak the pips that come from each size, each model, things like that.
What stealth ship is the target flying that I cannot see it?
Oh, it's the new one. Haven't you heard?
It is a cutter. Why can I not scan you? That is Pyro 1. I want Bloom, not Pyro 1.
Okay, so now I
I'm
have
sure
access
they-
to low risk ones that I can share.
They've given us all these systems that we've needed for years, but they have not given us the system that we've actually
Down some
needed.
shitheads, huh?
The new
Got
quantum
your pay on tap
system.
and ready to go once you punch 'em out.
Dude,
need
that was one of the
different-
most exciting things for me when they showed the new effects and how it was going to work. That's
The
been
quantum system
biggest
as it is
heartbreak.
now is suffering.
Yeah. No, I mean,
It
you won't
says,
get any argument from
like-
me.
Like, from like Daymar to Seraphim Station. You can route to there, but it drops you a megameter away from Seraphim. So you're not actually put on Seraphim.
Yep. Well, it does let you do the next jump. You know, so like
No.
you can.
It takes you like a megameter from to Seraphim, but you overshoot it by a megameter, so you've got to turn all the way around. In which case, you've already lost Seraphim because it already registers that you're traveling to Seraphim.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yep. Is that why it feels like your travel chain breaks all the time?
hmm And if you have anyone in your ship that stands up from a seat or gets into a seat, your route gets deleted.
Jeez. Yeah, I mean, and it's funny how many issues have come from and been related to quantum travel. Right? Like, it's fundamental to how you traverse the game, and we just haven't gotten it. There's always been an issue with quantum travel in some respect.
hmm It's like. Also, my biggest problem with it as well is like with Squadron 42, it just existing is holding back this game's features a lot. Yes, Squadron 42 is their main game. Yes, they don't want to give us the features that are from it, but give us the features.
Yeah, well, I don't know that necessarily applies to everything, because we have gotten a lot of features that were Squadron 42 first, right? That does come with its own problem, though, where something that works in a single player doesn't work the way you need it to in a multiplayer.
Yeah. But then again, it also revolves around the ship models being so old, they're quite literally a pain to work around.
Yeah, well, and all the legacy that is built into a lot of these older systems, right?
Bearing contract.
Okay, got it. Like,
I'm gonna
yeah,
run out
every
of quantum
older
fuel
ship-
before I run out of missiles. And like the biggest problem with these older ships now is that they have a lot of ship kits to put like from manufacturers to make the older ships better.
Are you talking like the Mark IIs and stuff?
No, like they have a lot of like objects that they can just take from other like the newer models of the manufacturer and put it into the older models. Like technically what they're doing with the Hammerhead right now. They're basically just reworking the Hammerhead to take it more in line with how the Idris looks.
No, I actually have not seen what they're doing to the Hammerhead. I saw that they were doing something, but I haven't seen the pictures.
But there's no pictures released, I don't believe. It's just that they've told us that they're redoing the interior to bring it more in line with how the Idris looks, since it has more of the same hallways.
Oh, okay.
Like the circular hallways. They both share the same design.
Well, that makes sense to me, though. What was your complaint there? Maybe I'm not understanding.
Like, Why is it taking like 6 months for them to do this?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I think the simple answer is always priority, right?
Yeah.
Squadron 42 is the priority. They want to get that out this year. They're going to
Squadron 42. It's
then
probably
after that,
going to.
maybe.
Squadron 42 is probably 6 months away. If I had to give a guess.
Is that based on anything I don't know?
No, it's. They need to get it out before, like, GTA 6.
Well, that's the tough part. If they try to get it out before GTA 6, I think a lot of people are like, I'm trying to get into the head of the typical gamer, right? If I know GTA 6 is coming out this year, which everything we've been told says that's the case, but also it's been delayed many times already, so maybe not. I think it's probably better to go after GTA by 2 months. And I think that they're probably trying to do that same type of calculus in their head. Do we want to come before GTA and then GTA gets announced and it stops our sales? Or do we let GTA have a month or two of press exclusivity, which it will get regardless, and then try to start sales after? Or do we bank on the fact that GTA gets delayed again and it releases 2027, so we have our own exclusivity period of a kind, you know?
Quantum travel complete.
Like, if the quicker Squadron releases, the quicker Star Citizen releases.
Yeah, I mean, for us, we just want it to come out, right?
Mm-hmm.
I am actually really excited for Squadron 42. The way it's always been in my head is like, you would buy the Call of Duty of that year and you would play the campaign, and you might not ever play it again, but the multiplayer always felt like a continuation of the campaign. And so I enjoyed that formula of single player coming out with the multiplayer. But I know that that's not what most MMO players expect, and so it's different in that aspect.
Contact received.
Like, I play Star Citizen to play Star Citizen, and like, Squadron 42 is the side project game to me.
Yeah, and I guess that's the difference, because in my head it's like, it's always been the single player component of Star Citizen.
Like, single player games always just didn't feel good to me. But that's a bit biased as well. Because I almost always played with others.
Yeah.
And so playing by myself is just always felt weird. And like, it's relying on your own skill. And when you have a bad skill day, you have no one to rely upon to help you get through something.
Yeah. I remember I got Metroid Prime Corruption on the Wii, and I was just a little kid. That game seemed like impossible, like Dark Souls levels of hard. Now looking back at it, it's like,
some of the Lego Star Wars Saga missions just always felt impossible.
yeah. But then you go back and play and it's like, what was I talking about?
Yeah, I went back to my Wii and like, I found a mission that I struggled at as a kid, and I'm like, did I not see this open hallway that was so openly insinuated to go through?
Yeah. Well, it also was pretty different as a kid, right? Because the internet was not nearly as accessible as it is today.
Yeah, like right now I'm like playing Batman Asylum or Batman Arkham City since like the City, Asylum, and Night for like $4 combined.
Such good games too. I only ever actually played Arkham Knight, but man, it's crazy to think how good that game still looks today. But like,
Asylum was kind of annoying to play through.
oh really?
Yeah,
That's the first one though, isn't it?
yeah. And like, the city is greatly improved upon the combat. That was most annoying part of the game.
I remember though going to the book fair and like looking at cheat code books for games. And Lego Star Wars had tons. You could get rocket launcher for Boba Fett. I mean, all kinds of stuff. And then now, I mean, cheat codes aren't really a thing in games anymore. And if you get stuck on anything, you can just find an article or watch a video.
Yeah, it's like if I get stuck on something, it's like, oh, look up this exact same mission type, the exact same situation I'll describe, and within like 10 minutes or so, I'll have it good and good, golden, sharing a contract.
Okay, ready for it.
Stupid hawk. Eats a size 5.
Bounty's all yours. Get locked and loaded and take him out.
And I still have not seen any pop-up saying that we got a blueprint. Which does have me kind of nervous. How many missions do they expect us to grind through to get these in the PTU? And is it even
Just got
possible to
confirmation
get the
that bounty's
P8?
been cleared. I'll get you paid.
If I had to guess, I'd guess like high risk targets. I'm gonna run out of fuel before I run out of missiles, and that's a first.
Sharing?
I got it. What's my reputation
Can't
again?
hear. I'll be tracking your progress on the bounty.
I'm on the junior guild member rank.
I'm a third of the way through that, so I might be able to get up to mediums. And if mediums don't drop it, then I think we'll just transition to try to find material.
I have the reputation for like the Stanton Vaughn missions to give a pulverizer.
Okay.
And I believe the other mission that it needs you to do, if you just kill the target, I don't think you get a crime stat. But then again, I was on a tier 4 crime stat when I was doing the missions.
So it's not like you'd be able to tell anyways.
Yeah. I wasn't getting any more homicides when I was killing that base, but never know with this game sometimes. Gosh dang it, my MFD is poking through my screen. Did that share?
I haven't seen anything yet. Now I see it.
Did that go through?
Yep.
I'm literally clicking on an MFD that is inside my mobiGlas.
Hey, it's Ken. Saw that you're picking up another bounty.
Oh, I don't have the quantum fuel to make that jump.
Can you make it back to a station?
No, it's trying to route me to yours.
Contact received.
I really have to get out of my seat to be able to look at this contract. Really, game?
Clip it.
We'll mark one less shithead on the
Aegis
I'll get it.
Eclipse.
Get it live. Did it shoot a torpedo at you?
No, it torpedoed itself into the asteroid. I got a couple shots off on it, and then it was... It took itself... It took care of itself.
But I see that the MX, like, are basically touching each other.
Yep. No, they are inside each other. It's pretty rough. And the thing is, it's like they start off in a much better position because they go back and then they separate. And then they move forward when you extend the landing gear or retract the landing gear. They move forward and then they move closer together inside each other. Like if they just didn't have them move down, it would look better. So I don't know what their problem is.
Quantum fuel at 50%.
But yeah, the base, like, weapons for, like, ships, like the just CF repeaters are so bad.
Yeah.
And the weapons that come stock on the Perseus are so bad as well.
Sharing. If I knew that it wasn't going to delete itself tomorrow, I would take the time to swap them out. But then it's like, this is PTU. I don't want to go through all that hassle.
They should save, and they should go back to your, or they should just go back into your
Bounty's all
inventory.
yours. Get locked and loaded and take
PTU does a much better job of persisting, like, ship weapons.
Well, like, you would still have them in the inventory, right? But you still have to equip them and stuff like that.
Yeah, but most of the time it's well worth it.
I just want to be lazy.
I could give you some size 4 lasers.
Well, like, I can get a couple of options of those. What I wanted was the 84Bs or the one that comes on the ship. Right, like, in the PU, I have quad 84Bs, and that's a great loadout. Love that. And the really nice part is they don't take much power. You just have to give it one hit.
Yep, that's the best part about ballistics.
The MX is so power starved otherwise that it's like, I don't really want to switch to just another laser option because I don't get that much benefit.
We should all have vanguards, but that does give us size 5s instead of size 4 weapons, I believe.
Quantum travel complete.
Really? Well, like, I know you're right on the size, but I don't remember seeing a Vanguard in my...
Last I checked, I had a Vanguard Harbinger.
Okay, well, I guess they just gave me a... Screw you. Looks like my target is tangling with the player over here. Hopefully they're chill and just let me kill my target and go.
But they do need to fix the desync issue and then typing 2 letters twice. Or like a letter twice.
Yep. Well, and I don't know if you caught the complaint I was talking about towards the beginning. I have nothing to show from last stream we did because desync sent me smashing into an asteroid.
Contact received.
Just got confirmation that bounty's been cleared. I'll get you paid.
Like, the game has come a long way, but it still has a longer way to go.
Oh yeah.
Armor is a step in the right direction, but what we really need is Maelstrom.
Well, and that raises so many questions for me, though, because Maelstrom has its own can of worms, and because it does apply to environments as well. Like right
But
now,
because of that, it means that the bombers will be a lot more useful for players that hide inside of them. Because right now, any players inside of a building are impervious to any sort of bomb.
sure, but like, remember when they had the ISC we watched on stream just a bit ago said that they're bringing them back, but the destructible tanks and stuff, those types of missions. I mean, how many times have you gone to a location then where those tanks are still destroyed? And so, or then you go back and because the tanks needed to be there again for the next mission, they respawn the tanks. Like, I don't know. It brings up a lot of questions that I don't think that they've answered for themselves for their game. As far as how long do you have a tank be destroyed? When do you have it come back? Under what conditions do environments respawn their assets as before?
All that shall be solved with instancing. That is releasing God knows when.
Well, see, inside of an instance, then yeah, it's really easy to answer those kinds of questions because players aren't going to be able to get back to that instance. But that doesn't work for every type of content that they are making, so...
I am also quite afraid of what dynamic server meshing will do to the, like, points of interest aspect of the game.
You got all the details and you know what to do.
Yeah.
Play it smart.
Because
come home
their
safe.
goal is to have like 1,000+ people in a server. Like 10 points of interest that actually matter is not enough for 1,000 players.
Yeah, well, and one of the really good points that Ray made in his video talking about... I can't remember which video it was, but it was one that was talking about player-owned locations. Like, right, a lot of players are thinking, well, we have billions of square kilometers. Like, we'll never run out of space. And that's not
We
really
are
true.
already. Sure, there's a lot of space, but at the same time, it's very limiting space.
Most of the space doesn't matter. Like, if you're gonna take up residence on a planet, you're going to look for the spot that has the best resources, right? In a game like Minecraft, right, it's pretty obvious you want to have water nearby. You want to know where you can get sand, where you can get iron, coal, and if you know you're going to be needing emeralds, you want to be near an extreme hills biome so that you can reliably get emeralds by digging, right? The same thing happens in a game like Star Citizen. You're going to want to go to where the resources are the best. You're not going to want to be in some remote section of Daymar where nothing grows.
The same can be said like with the Rust gameplay. The Rust community is terrible, but the gameplay-wise, it's a good example. Is that a lot of the players build around points of interest, and their base locations are indeed near where material spawns are.
Yep. Well, and I was thinking about what kinds of locations I'd be interested in. One of the things that I struggle to find most often is like places like Jumptown, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I could plant a base that gave me easy access to Jumptown to get good loot from a place like that, that would be really good. You can't jump straight to Jumptown, but you could put a base directly opposite another jump point, and then you know, okay, well, when I want to go get good loot, I just need to fly 20 kilometers towards this other QT marker, and then I'll be at Jumptown. Which...
I have a reclaimer? What? Why do I have a reclaimer?
The game just loves you more, apparently, because I don't think I have that either.
I mean, I have an Avenger Titan, Hammerhead, Reclaimer, Harbinger, Harbinger 2, Hoplite, Sentinel, Warden, Super Hornet Mark 1, Hurricane, Mole, Clipper, Corsair, Cutlass Black, Cutlass Blue, Cutlass Red, Cutlass Steel, Drake, Golem, Vulture, Fortune, Hulsey, Prospector, Guardian, Aurora Mark 1, Perseus, Polaris, and Scorpius. I only own 3. I only own 3. Yeah. I only own the Perseus, only own the Polaris, only own the Clipper. Everything else I don't own, and I have never bought.
Well, clearly you're the one with the real stream then. Did you ever own those at some point? Like,
I've
is it
only
from
ever
an old
owned...
database where you did own a Scorpius?
I've owned a Scorpius before. I've owned a Drake Corsair before. Everything else I have not owned once, except for owning a Reclaimer twice. Everything else I've never owned once.
Huh.
At least pledged twice.
Well, maybe Chris Roberts just got the two of us confused and they gave you the streamer privilege I was supposed to get.
My only guess is it's because of ePTU.
Okay.
That is my only guess, is because I'm an ePTU member.
You're extra special.
Apparently.
Must be nice to have the grace of Chris shine upon you.
All it takes is to play 1,000 hours in PTU, trust. No. If I had to guess, it's like about 100 to 300 hours in PTU to get Evocati access.
I feel like I'd rather donate both my kidneys.
Like, I got access into Evocati entirely because of PTU hours. Until I got Evocati, I hadn't even signed up to officially make an IC report. I didn't have any of the information filled out.
Okay. Sharing another mission.
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost there to mediums. Really hoping we can get some blueprints out of a medium.
If not, I'm going to go over to Stanton.
Good day to take down some shitheads, huh? Got your pay on tap and ready to go once you punch him out.
I can't have you swearing like that on my stream. This is a Christian gaming channel.
Mm-hmm.
He just spawns and he's like, "Good day to take out some shitheads, huh?" It's like, keep saying that.
I thought you were talking to me.
Oh,
I was like,
no.
I'm pretty sure I didn't curse too terribly.
No, you've been really good today. No complaints. No, it's this darn Representative Kent with the Bounty Hunters Guild. What if my mom watches this? She's gonna be upset.
Not in my Mormon Space channel. We all know the Christians, but there's this weird bug that whenever I dock to a station and I get into the docking hallway, I'm in EVA all the way down.
Huh. Yeah, my experience with docking in Star Citizen is pretty limited. Most of the time it ends up in an explosion.
I do docking gameplay every few hours.
Well, yeah, because you only fly 2 ships, right? Perseus and the Polaris.
Dantun, where are you?
I just realized you could call it your collection of 2 ships. It could be the PP fleet.
I don't know about you, but one of them is very phallic looking if you look at it the right way.
The Polaris?
Mm-hmm.
I can see that. It's not as bad as the Hull C, but
No.
it has its moments for sure.
I guess not truly phallic in the way of the Hull C, but another toy, I guess you would call it.
Oh. Oh, that ship came so close to eating itself into an asteroid too. It like threaded the needle. Anything is phallic looking if you squint hard enough. You know what? You're right, Lunchbox. We, truer words have never been spoken. I wouldn't exactly use that as a pickup line, though.
Target destroyed.
Great. Let me
It's
cross
also
off
not
the
a good
list.
legal defense.
But we haven't been getting any bots since I turned the channel to followers only.
Yeah, it's been good. Should have done that a long time ago, I guess. Not with that attitude, he says. You're right. It's all in the delivery, right? We should have a Discord competition for most phallic picture of a ship in Star Citizen. Rules are you can't alter the photo in any way. So no Photoshop. It's just about finding the angle.
I mean, if you've ever seen a Polaris without its engines, you would know.
Alright, got another one. Sharing. How many more of these do I gotta do? Probably like 2 more at that rate. I was told to just ban the bots and turn chat on for everyone because some people want to talk first before they follow. And that made sense to me. I understand the logic. I don't really know what the best and what the answer is, to be honest.
Can't hear.
We were just
I'm
getting
tracking your progress
a
on
bunch
the
of
bounty.
bots though,
Watch
and
yourself out there.
they're gone.
And like they're creating new messages that's not just come join this platform and pay us a few bucks and we'll give you tons of views. It's now paragraphs. And you can quickly tell if they're bot because you can
Lunchbox lasers. Not cool, dude. He duped us. He had us thinking he was a human. He gave real responses and everything. Now we know he's just a bot. Speaking bots, do you need any graphics? Join my Discord, lol. This guy. Can I interest you in some slop? See, that's the thing that really makes me sad about AI. Like, I'm a digital artist. I'm not great, right? But I do enjoy drawing a picture here and there. And but so much of the Fiverr commissions that you see nowadays are just someone typing it into ChatGPT or Nano Banana and just dumping some AI slop on you for money. Like, it is such a scummy practice. Which, speaking of, I'm going to start selling some digital art that's just AI slop. I need some money. Speaking of slop, though, have you seen Will's the new DLSS 5.0?
I've literally seen memes of it just turning the creator into a hot waifu.
That is probably one of the best, for sure. The thing is, like, there are cases where it does really look good, particularly with the environment scenes. But then it
But
clearly just
anything
does
with
not
characters.
Yeah, well, once it comes to the characters, it just clearly does not have the nuance that real artists would have. It can do some cool stuff with lighting, but it's just so... Yeah, it needs a light touch. Lunchbox lasers.
Nice
that's
job
right.
taking them out. I'll push your payment through.
Like, yes, AI is a nice creation of humanity. It was meant to help be a tool, not for it to do everything for you.
Yeah. Well, and, you know, since I've been filling out job applications out the wazoo this past week, the really obnoxious one is having to do the cover letters, because you're supposed to do a unique cover letter for every company. Every company is supposed to feel special, like you applied to them because it's always been your dream to work at, you know, Master of Ducks Incorporated. And then,
but then it just cuts to, they're just filtering for keywords.
yeah,
So if you don't have their keywords, it just gets put in the trash can.
Well, so I've been using AI this past week to just write cover letters, and that part's been really good. You know,
Like
right?
my father uses AI to help give him ideas for his books that he writes, and like he takes their ideas and then puts it in his own words, reformats it to make it actually a human sentence.
Yeah. Well, and I think that for a creative pursuit like that, like that's a really good way to do it. But for a cover letter, it just needs to have the buzzwords anyways, right?
Yeah.
So I've just been having it
They
do
don't-
the whole thing. I make sure that there's no M dashes before I send it, and then do a little bit of formatting. Done. Every company gets to feel special. Whoop-de-doo.
And like the thing with that as well is like, sure, this is all perfect, fine and dandy, right? And then it's like, the first screening is to check if you've got the keywords, and then the second screening is they might actually read it. They probably won't, but that's if you get to the interview state, there's at least some human that's read or the actual thing.
Yeah. Well, and that's one of my fears is how many jobs have I been very well qualified for that I just haven't even been considered because the AI decided I wasn't good enough because I missed a keyword.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not convinced that these systems are robust enough to filter candidates the way the companies are using them to do so.
Like, there's a guy who's been completely memed on by the YouTube community because like he showed that he spent a year putting in applications and he got like 3 that he actually applied for, and it's like was basically showing that he was sending 3,000 applications a day. And sure, that showed that the screening process for the companies was doing its actual job.
Yeah,
and screening
getting rid of
his
crap like that.
AI. Yeah.
And it's
Where
like
it's just
this arms race, right? Because I've seen services like that. I think Better Apply is one of them, where it says that it's going to send out a bunch of AI-based applications for you, and they're all going to be super high quality. You know they're not. It's just going to
they're just
spam it out to
they're
everything.
Yeah, they spam it out to everything. They have keywords. And that's all the companies are looking for.
Yeah, but then it sends out a bunch of crap applications, so the company needs a way to filter out those things. So it uses an AI tool to filter that stuff out, and then the AI tool gets updated so that it can bypass that, and it's just this arms race where you're just trying to beat the other person's AI to sell your stupid service.
All in the name of capitalism. Not saying names, but one man in power actively trying to do bad things with the economy.
Heck yeah, man. Not another Guardian pilot.
Where is the pad? What? Did I miss it? No. That's not it. Where did they place the pads? I know I've seen them once.
Are you at one of the pyro stations?
I'm at Pyro Gateway.
Oh, I don't know where they are there.
I've gone to where I've landed at them before, and they're just not there. I guess docking port it is. Go inside to buy ammo. Let's go. I manually docked. I manually docked.
Let's see. I'm gonna make sure I. Again, very true, Lunchbox. See, the thing is, I don't think that it's actually. Okay, I need to make an emergency bio break, and then I will continue that thought. Tummy's not feeling good today. Guys, I don't think there's anything left, so I don't think I'll need another break today.
Wonder if they've actually released the PDC yet. No.
Okay, so the thought that I was having, when people make complaints about capitalism, usually what they're actually talking about is cronyism. The idea that if you have more capital than your neighbor, you can buy influence with the government. And that is a legitimate problem that does need to be solved, and I don't know what the solution actually is. But the core principle of being able to earn based on your own merit I think that that is undoubtedly a positive. The issue is being able to buy government influence.
Step 1. Make sure the government isn't filled with 70-year-old grandpas.
Yeah. Well, and it's astounding how long it has taken for... Well, and I don't even know if it's going to make it through. But, like, there's been multiple attempts to pass a stop congresspersons from participating in the stock market, and it keeps getting blocked because it's a problem on both sides. Politicians are enriching themselves vastly more than their station merits, but with insider trading knowledge. Like, it's insane. It is blatant corruption.
That, as well as there's no age, like, blocker for
Term limits.
the politicians.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we're running
Like-
a adult daycare center for senior citizens.
like, this current president and the last one we had last are both, like, 60-plus years old. Off the top of my
collectively,
head.
they are the two oldest presidents we've had, right? If I'm remembering correctly.
That sounds correct.
And so, I mean, it doesn't matter which party you go for. That's still like, let's get someone who's not going to die in office.
Get someone who's not going to forget what they said, like, 2 minutes ago.
And Lunchbox Laser says, get rid of lobbyists and money in politics. While I agree with the sentiment, I don't think it's as simple as just get rid of it, because what you're talking about with a lobbyist is the ability is basically when someone passes money for influence, right? And there's a lot of ways that that's happening, right? Insider trading, that's only one aspect of it. And that would be one that's, I think, is clearer cut to solve. But there's lots of different ways to earn favor with a politician besides just handing them money or making a campaign donation. And so it's a very insidious problem that requires a lot of different vectors to actually make progress on. Just as a much more benign example, when I worked as a medical assistant, one of the there's these things called anti-kickback laws, and then the idea of an anti-kickback law is you can't send referrals to the business that your relative owns, right? Just as an example. There was also policies in place where the systems that I worked for, like, it's a pretty common practice for drug reps to bring food in exchange for the doctor's time, right? They get to sit with the doctor, talk about their new miracle drug and how it's going to solve all their patients' problems. And at the same time, the doctor and their staff, they get a free lunch. Except it's not really free because you trade your time, right? So a lot of systems have rules in place where they don't allow their doctors to take those kinds of lunches. So I worked for a clinic where we would meet after hours as a group of friends. And that was a simple way to get around policy. Now, that's not legally breaking any rules. It's just a policy of the business you work for. But the same kind of trickery happens in the legal system all the time, right? Like, if I'm a politician, I can't directly accept funds through certain means, right? So you just need to change the way that you get me the funds, and then I can do whatever you want me to do. Oh, I didn't go out to a lunch with a lobbyist. I went out with my good friend Charlie. Charlie bought me a $1,000 plate.
Good day to take down some shitheads,
Nothing
huh?
uncouth
Got your pay
there.
on tap and ready to go once you punch him out.
But that's enough politics for today. How many more of these dang missions do we gotta do, dude?
I'm currently resetting my character with a menu log because my ship wouldn't come up.
Oh, I got the next tracker level. I'm gonna take this on instead.
Bounty's all yours. Get locked and loaded and take him out.
How did we even get onto that? We were talking about DLSS 5 and how it sucks. I thought in a lot of the demos, to get back to that subject, I thought in a lot of the demos, particularly with environments, it can look really good with the way that it handles lighting. It was way overdone on a lot of the characters, and then it's very clear to see that it's actually changing the physical structure of the character's face, which I do not think is a good result. Yeah, overdone and not even done well. But like, I think it was Digital Foundry's showcase in an Assassin's Creed game. Like, just from the perspective of the lighting, it looks really good on the environment. You can clearly see that it's a much more realistic interpretation of what light would look like. You get that kind of harsh lighting off in the distance as it reflects off these stone structures. But it also looks like someone cranked a sharpness filter and boosted the contrast and saturation beyond reason. Things look too green. I don't think it's even close to what it ought to be if they are trying to market it as a feature. But I also shudder to think what it means for like artists in the industry. You know, do they just get a basic model in place and then hit the Yasify filter and just create generic AI waifus for every game going forward? That's not a future I want. I want games to be crafted with care. If I'm going to play as Lara Croft, I want to know that someone did a lot of work with one hand making Lara Croft. You gotta bait them out of range of those turrets because I don't want to get cooked.
I definitely think that they need to cut the radar pips in half for some ships. Like the Guardian has like 8 pips that need to be delegated to radar.
Oh, I haven't even taken a look at it. But that sounds right. It is. I do remember it taking a lot. Artists in the industry are already struggling. They get done with one job and the studio kicks them to the curb after they slept at their office for crunch time. Well, that would seem to be an argument in favor of tools like this that theoretically could cut down on the the amount of time that it takes to make a character. I think that we need to get back to a point where not every movie and every game needs to be a billion-dollar blockbuster. Like, it's okay to release something that is a bit more on the cheaper side.
But then again, they go so cheap that their game that didn't even go into an open beta state, it's in an open beta state on release.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to defend any of the release practices of the current AAA economy. Like, Expedition 33 is a perfect example because it was a small team that crushed it. And I think that it's the perfect example to point to say that you don't need unlimited funds to make a game, and you just need to allow the team that is making it the time that they need to do something that they love. But I think AAA keeps going for these super expensive titles that are too expensive to front if it doesn't do well, so it just makes the risk higher, and with that it comes a huge incentive to cut costs as maximally as possible, which leads to burgeoning crunch time and things like that. It's like I can take the time to do it right once, or I can do it wrong twice. It doesn't make a difference, right? Give quality people the time they need to do a good job. And let that be the focus.
I know it's said no more politics, but like there's like a country overseas that's like kind of like has a law that's being like voted on, that's like if the game can be an update, it should be an update. Like COD 6 versus COD 7 should have been an update, not an entirely new version.
Yeah. I don't know enough about what you're talking about to say anything one way or the other.
I just know the general gist of the law is that I don't know anything else.
I can see why that sounds good, but I can also think of a lot of scenarios where that causes more problems.
But just said the idea. We don't have to get deeper into it. Like you said, you didn't want to.
So I've got medium bounties now. I don't think the tracker mission would give you one, so I'm going to take on one high risk target to see if I get anything out of it. Well, let's try the moderate risk. Did I fly the base Guardian before the MX? Yes, and it's terrible. Why?
I'm flying the base model Guardian right now.
Really?
Got all the details you
Yeah.
need to do. Please,
I wanted a ship with a size 2, or a fighter with a size 2 quantum drive.
I really haven't explored the nuances of those aspects, but the the weaponry feels a lot better with the 4 size 4s over the 2 size 5s. And that's what pulls me to the MX more than anything. But it has been a really long time since I took an earnest look at the MX, so, or the base or the Chi. So things could be different since the last time I tried it.
Over. Oh yeah, I forgot that thrusters can overheat now if you go into the red boost bar.
Yep. What do you love about the base lasers? Why do you pick that over the MX? I like it with the attritions or the Galderines. I think you got it. I think you got it right, Galderines. Oh, this is the ship I thought Wills was talking about before. Still can't remember the name of it, but it's this darn anvil ship that apparently is really cooking me right now.
Yeah, the gladiator.
That's it, yes. Okay, get me out of here.
Just got confirmation that bounty's been cleared. I'll get you paid.
Depends on what you're going after. The maneuverability is better on the base over the MX. I thought it was the reverse, actually. Now you got me doubting myself. Guardian MX versus base Guardian. So, base Guardian, 45, 45, 130. Oh! The base Guardian is more maneuverable. 39, 39, 120. SCM speeds. Huh. I really thought that it was reversed.
I'd much rather enjoy the Scorpius in the heavy fighter class, but it is in need of a weapon upgrade.
Yeah, I mean the 4 size 3s have it a little undergunned compared to its counterparts now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And I guess the argument there is, well, let's go to turret. But the MX is doing 2460 without a turret.
Yeah. In the current gameplay sphere, there's never going to be anyone that is willing to crew your fighter if they themselves can be in another fighter.
Yeah.
Unless they are a turret princess, which is not the case for most players.
Yeah, the MX is dealing significantly more damage than the Scorpius with the with a turret gunner.
Bruh, I got a dead rig shotgun magazine blueprints. But I don't get a crime stat. I don't get a crime stat for killing these.
Nice, I just got that too. Did you take yourself over to Stanton then?
Yeah.
Okay.
But if I only kill the target, I don't get a crime stat.
Okay. Very, very nice. Okay, I
But
did
it
just
is-
realize that you can review your notifications, and if you did get a blueprint, it will show up in that. So that aspect is cool. And it does tell me that we
I
haven't
need
gotten
to-
squat doing our missions.
Like, I may or may not have crashed into the ground a little bit, and my hull is totally not red. And I'm totally not missing a few thrusters to keep myself flying straight.
Well,
Where
I
on this
think
planet?
I'm all bountied out for this. I'm gonna take myself over to Ruin. What's my joystick setup right now? It's dual alphas, but I think that was largely driven by me needing to support the alphas for the dual triggers that I developed. I think once I get the Aeromaxes shipped to me, I'm going to be sticking with those. I just feel like the Verpals are too big. Or, sorry, the Alphas. The Aeromaxes look like they'll be a little closer to what I had with the Gladiator sticks. If you're asking me what sticks you should get, I think I would get the Gladiators over the Alphas, honestly.
Yeah, I have two gladiator sticks, but it's just like I'm so not used to them, and I'm just procrastinating getting used to them. I don't have any keybind set up. I'm procrastinating getting keybind set up.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it is kind of a commitment to get the keybinds and stuff set up. I do think it's well worth having the sticks. But if we're talking like alphas, you're talking closer to like $900 for both hands.
While the gladiators are like 100 to like 150 per hand, which is not terrible.
Yeah, it's a lot
Considering
easier
that
pill to swallow.
Yeah, considering that the gaming rigs to be even run Star Citizen are multi-thousands.
Yeah, and the other side of that is, do I feel like I've gotten $900 worth of improvement over the Gladiators? No. And that part has been honestly kind of disappointing to me. You say you got Soul R2s with a Turtle Beach Velocity 1 rudder. I'm trying to remember what those are. There was one that I was looking at from, I think it's from Turtle Beach, that I was disappointed to see that they do not sell just the stick on its own. Like, you have to get it as part of a kit. I think it's the Velocity X flight deck. And I remember thinking to myself that I liked the stick over the other one that they do sell solo. But I didn't care for the throttle because, for one, I wouldn't use a throttle in Star Citizen. I do think dual sticks are way better.
Yeah, sure, the throttle would be more immersive if you fly an F7, but most of the things visually use dual sticks.
I think I must be thinking of the Turtle Beach sticks then, because this is totally different than what I had in my head. But also, you're saying the Soul R2s, so I don't think I'm looking at the right one. What's the difference between them, though? Because they look very similar. Oh, is that all it is? It's just Solar 2 is just 2 sticks. Okay. All right, then what's the what are we talking about with the Soul R3? Is this any different than the grip you get otherwise? I have Nope, those controls look identical. The 3 comes with that base, but I'm not seeing that it does come with a base. It looks like it is just the grip. I mean, I do like the fact that it's black. I like the black over the white, but I mean, it's not like you're really looking at the sticks when you're using them anyways.
Sometimes I wish on the Gladiator sticks, you know, the little pad it gives on the to rest your hand. Sometimes I wish it was angled.
I actually don't think I used that ever. I just took it off.
Yeah. Because otherwise it's raising my hand.
Yeah, I didn't like how it made my hand feel more squished, so I just took it off.
Like my hand wants to rest down, and if it was angled, I would be having to have my hand like that. But like a lot of the times, you're already almost gripping the thing to be able to reach the top, and so that angle would be better.
Okay, so clearly whoever wrote this piece of marketing doesn't understand how joysticks work. The Soul R2 HOSAS Space Sim Duo has 6 axes of movement. I guess because it is a duo, it does have 6 axes. But then it says X, Y, and Z. Well, that's 3 axes. And that would be 3 axes per stick. But X, Y, and Z, that's 3 axes. That's not 6. So it's only 6 because it's 2 of them. And that marketing is not very clear. But that's not just a Thrustmaster problem. That's across the board. So what is the stick that I'm thinking of? Must be the Turtle Beach that makes the flight deck. Yeah. So I like the stick design of this, and I think it's got a number of cool features with the I do really like the side module here with the 5-way hat and a button. It looks like those are well placed where it's going to feel very natural for your thumb to hit those. But I don't think they sell this stick on its own. You have to get it as the bundle with the throttle, and I don't want the throttle. And this is the stick that they sell. Totally different. And it looks neutered in comparison. Like, it doesn't look nearly as comfortable as what we were just looking at. I like this. Hate that other one. And then this is the rudder lasers that Sandy's got. And all I know is I am not a rudder guy. I like to sit like half cross-legged on my chair. So I'll like be sitting on my foot. And I move my feet around way too much for me to sit still enough to take advantage of a rudder. Again, I'm glad it exists for other people, and there's clearly lots of people that get good use out of the rudder, but it's not a product made for me.
Yeah, and I tend to crisscross my legs in my chair.
Yep. Yeah, Turtle Beach is weird like that. You can't use the rudder on consoles if you don't get the matching throttle. Decisions like that do really just bug me.
Anything interesting to
Like, just make it easy to be your customer. Goodwill goes such a long way to getting people to buy more stuff from you. Rudders for space sims aren't really necessary. It doesn't add a ton of functionality, but I do enjoy that I can throw the boost, space brake, and I use the twist axis for roll. Yeah, and that's what I've seen a lot of people use it for, and one of the big complaints that I did see and echo myself with the Constellation Alphas is the Z-axis is not very good. It's oversprung and very sensitive. It's in desperate need of some damping, but it doesn't come like that by default, which is why we're going to be developing an attachment for the Alphas to add damping to the Z-axis. But the that results in a lot of people getting a rudder to compensate for the terrible Z-axis of the Alphas. I actually really liked the Gladiator Z-axis much more over the Alpha, because the Gladiator, at least you have the Niogel on the Z-axis, which adds some fluid damping that way, and there's just no damping what to speak of on the Alphas.
Yeah, have a look around.
Now, I
You
need
need
water.
something? Got some stuff here.
Oh, you got some stuff here, do you? Well, I need water.
Welcome.
Who's got water?
You're cool.
Noodles should be good. I think.
Noodles. Who wants the noodles?
Shit for sale. Got shit for sale.
Contract.
Shit for sale. Got shit for sale.
That did give me a little bit of water, but not a lot.
Go to the cargo deck. They sell cruise lux there.
Oh, found some rust.
Done and done.
And then it went into my backpack because why not?
Well, yeah, you click too fast. If you
Yep.
hit the item as it's doing the animation to pick up, and then you hit the button to use it, it goes into the backpack.
Yep. Doesn't mean
'Cause
it's
it's
not
in the-
frustrating though.
Yeah, because like in the pickup animation, if you left click, it's still in the pickup animation, and it's treating it as a
Okay.
storable.
This guy is just holding a gun out on all of his customers. He's paranoid.
Someone must have backspaced in front of
Hey,
him.
let's get that going for you.
Okay, I waited longer that time. And it did work. Okay, fine.
Patience is the name of this game. Everyone has to have it, or no one can.
Oh, is that reclaimed
What'll it
water?
be?
That'll be better.
But yeah, if you go to the cargo deck, it should have cruise lux. in the stores?
No thank you. I'll just
No
keep
problem.
drinking piss if you don't mind. That's... I know better than you what my character needs, Wills. Come on. He likes this stuff. I'm new to the stick game, but I immediately appreciated that I took that roll off the Z-axis so I can just aim better with the right stick.
No sweat.
Yeah, does what I described about the Alpha Z-axis, does that seem to be the same with what you're experiencing on the Soul R's? Like, do those also feel oversprung and highly sensitive? Because if that was the case, then I can definitely see where you're coming from. My only other personal experience with sticks is the Gladiators, and I actually really liked the Z-axis on those.
Why is it not? Chip, what the fuck? Why are you rotating like that?
Well, it is something that you can test for yourself. When you twist the stick, and so twist it to its maximum output, and then let it go. Does it overshoot and go past center, or does it slowly glide back to center? Because the slow glide back to center is what I prefer, and that's what the Gladiators do. These ones haven't been used in a while, so they're actually very stiff. Let's see. I'll make myself bigger. So that's what I prefer. Where it uses some grease that are actually on the Z-axis. So it is harder to twist them. It does require more effort. But I'd prefer it take more effort and me be more precise with my movement than what it does on the Alphas, which I can also show you. When I twist these, they snap back, and it's probably not going to show through on the YouTube compression, but they do overshoot a little bit. And the added downside by that is because it takes so little force to move it off the neutral position, when you're using them, right, like if I move this to the side, I'm not doing anything but pushing it to the side. If you keep pushing it to the side, it will actually twist on Z. So when you're trying to be snappy in combat, I find that I get these unintended inputs that I don't like.
So good to get back to basics.
Gotta take things a day at a time, right?
Game, are you happy now? Can I have my pips back? No, I can't. Thank you, game.
So depending on how mechanically inclined you are, lasers, I don't know how it provides the centering, but it may be possible to add what's called damping grease to your axis. And if you add damping grease, that's how you can get that kind of slow glide back to center. Damping grease is like the opposite of lubricant, where a lubricant makes things move smoothly and easily. Damping grease is intentionally very viscous to make it so that it requires more force to overcome it. It's the same idea behind a non-Newtonian fluid. So like the more force you apply, the more it resists it. And there's a stuff called Niogel that everyone recommends. Yeah, heavy-duty silica-thickened synthetic hydrocarbon damping grease designed to reduce noise, vibration, and free motion in mechanical components.
That is genuinely so annoying that I don't get pips again. Like I'm 300 meters away when I have a pip range of like almost 2 kilometers.
Yeah. They're talking about the throttle. My guess is that if you took this clamshell apart and added grease right here, you could get more of that damped movement, if that's something you wanted. But, you know, goes without saying, they're not my sticks. I can't make you any promises because I won't suffer any consequences if it goes poorly. So the risk is your own, but if I could do that easily to my Virpals, that's what I'd be doing.
Contract complete.
That is one of the advantages of Thrustmaster, is that they are just sold in stores, where
Darn.
VKB, like Virpals, you have to order on the internet. And then at least VKB gets things to you when they say they will. Virpal makes you wait and follow up on them all the time.
Yeah, I told my grandmother the VKB I wanted, like, a month before Christmas, and I had them on Christmas.
Yeah.
Virpal would have needed to tell her a year in advance.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. I have gotten really good customer support from Virpal, and I haven't
Something
needed
that
to
it can
use
need.
it for VKBs. So I don't know if I'd get good service from VKB. But yeah, the shipping delays are brutal.
But yeah, pretty much everyone I've talked to recommend VKB gladiators.
Yeah, they are hands down the best bang for your buck. I'm excited to try the Aeromaxes because that might be a contender for a bang for your buck option. But we don't know yet.
Quantum travel complete.
I also didn't get the cadet base for my Aeromaxes because I already spent a bundle on the Warbird D bases that I'm using. Okay, how do I just get down to the surface of Terminus? How do I do that, game? Tell me, how do I do that?
You've got to fly to it, and then once it says 400 kilometers, you can jump to it.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, you need to spend 40 kilometers flying to be able to then jump to Terminus.
That's silly.
Mm-hmm. Very.
So far, I'm happy with the Thrustmasters. I'll probably upgrade at some point. Hey, if you're happy, stay happy. Having spent $1,400 on sticks trying to make videos about them, wish I hadn't.
You spent that money because you thought you would keep your job longer.
Yeah, well, I also thought that these triggers were going to sell a lot more, too.
Yeah.
So far, they have not taken off like I thought they would.
But most people don't want to void their warranty on their $1,000 sticks either.
Yeah, well, and I don't think this actually does void the warranty because it is entirely reversible, and the sticks are supposed to be serviceable. Okay, it didn't work, Wills. I'm at 360, and I'm still not able to jump.
Reboot Quantum Drive.
Okay, well, it does give me markers that I can jump to now, so that's better.
Quantum travel engaged.
Terminus might actually be some place where I can use lamp the whole time, maybe?
Quantum travel complete.
But yeah, if the game's not going to give me pips to be able to take out bunker turrets, probably gonna be it for the night for me.
Yeah, I want to get myself one rock, and then I'll probably be done. I just want to see what the quality looks like in Pyro, essentially.
Pyro is supposed to have the better quality.
That's my hope. Alright, thanks for hanging out, lasers. 2 a.m. here, time for go to bed for me. Great talking with you, lads. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, man. We'll be streaming again, same time tomorrow, so if you want to hang out, See us then.
Hmm?
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode on.
But yeah, supposedly the Aurora Mark II has just looks like a Scorpius remodel, and I'm all for it.
Okay, so that was the Scorpius that we saw at the end of the ISC then, right?
They pretty much have almost, they basically leaked that that's what it was, is the Aurora.
Okay.
It's like, I'd rather, like, in my hangar, I don't have a starting ship, and it's like, I need something to actually be a starting ship. It's like, I don't know if I for sure want the Galaxy in my hangar, because, like, its use cases are limited, because, like, I have other ships to fill its use case that I want in my hangar.
Yeah.
Like, I have the Gatak Rylan to fill the cargo role. I don't want to really be into mining, so I don't want the refinery, and I can just buy a Apollo medevac if I want the medbed. The only reason to have it is if it gets its crafting function, and right now that's still up in the air for it to actually get that. And if the Aurora Mark II just looks like a Scorpius, I'm for sure gonna get it if it's $60. Because I have a $50
right?
package. Yeah, that's it. I have a $50 package that's just waiting to get upgraded.
Okay. Okay, there, look at this. There's two types of rice site in this one ore node. There's 675 and 275.
Yeah, honestly, me, as my goal is to get, like, high tier stuff, I only plan to mine stuff that is, like, quality 800 to 800 to 1000.
Yeah, well, I think it depends, because for things like magazines, it doesn't seem like it matters.
Oh, I'm trying to get, like, a max quality pulverizer. It's for the minus 60% like damage reduction and like a roughly 20% damage increase. Or no, a 60% recoil reduction and 20% damage increase. Because I like using LMGs, but like the pulverizer's recoil is just too much.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, let's suppose you do find your 1000 quality items. Do you want to use that for making the pulverizer magazines?
No, I'm not crafting. I can just buy the magazines and I will.
Oh, I guess that's true. Yeah.
We have millions upon billions upon billions. Why would I need to spend that to make a magazine?
True.
Like, the craftable magazines are just very terrible at the moment. It's like, why would you ever craft a magazine?
Yeah, I hadn't even, I don't know why, but I hadn't even thought of that. But no, that's.
It takes, you can dismantle a P4, and from that dismantled P4 you can craft one magazine. So yeah, you're better off buying a magazine.
Yeah. Okay, so this has some. It seems like the quality is higher overall, but it's still not like. I mean, I've got a little bit of 581 titanium in this, then the rest is 260. This one we've got 525 and 259. Haven't yet seen something that makes me think, oh man, this was totally worth coming to Pyro.
But yeah, I have menu logged, so I'm gonna log here.
All right. Well, thanks for hanging out, Wills.
It's like midnight, and I needed to be quiet an hour ago.
Well, I'm living that bachelor life, so I don't have rules. All right. Good night.
Good night.
Okay, the split between these materials is frustrating. Like 636, that's good, but that's a small fraction of what you actually get. The rest of this is 246, and that's not worth it. Same thing here, like, got some 600 quality stuff, that's okay. But then the rest is a 200-ish quality. And this one... Okay, let's pick up the 803. Let's see if we can get the 803 stuff and only get that, I guess. And this is with the boost from the XTR modules. This charge window size is brutal. See, this is exactly what I did not want to happen. It split almost perfectly even. So now my 803 stuff is all split up. And I'm forced to take the 261 stuff.
Extraction mode on.
We can pick all of this up though, so we might as well grab all of it. Is that just the wind, or did I hear a ship? I think it's just the wind. Ouch. 0.12 SCU of gold. at the quality we wanted. That hurts.
Fracturing mode on.
This says impossible. Maybe though. Okay, it's impossible. It's worth checking though. Whoa. I almost hurt myself there. That wouldn't have been good. Ooh. Okay. I'll pick that up. That's 900. Alright, yeah. Can't pick up Fane Maline. Don't have the tools for it. The cave addition to the tracker is cool. Radar, I mean, sorry. I do like that you're able to ping caves. Titanium's used in a bunch of recipes, so let's see if we can find some good titanium here. $566. That doesn't scream worth it to me. 569. $554. Not worth it in my mind. I think my cutoff is like 600. But if it's going to be 600, I want bigger percentages. Let's see. at the same time, it's taking a while to find resources that are worth picking up, so it might be more time efficient to just pick up everything and then just craft things with the appropriate material qualities. I know we just talked about magazines, but maybe there's other things that you really just don't care about the quality of. And for things like that, then you can use those items as ways to sink your bad materials. They have also talked about being able to refine materials into better qualities. But we don't have a lot of information about how that's going to work yet.
Fracturing mode on. Extraction mode on.
I'll pick this up because it does have a little bit of good titanium in it. Just scoop it. There's a good cluster of stuff over here to check out. Some right next to each other. Stillaron. That is actually what we need for the P8. How lucky are we going to get here? Oh, actually, well, got a little bit. Maybe it's enough to get our weapon crafted.
Fracturing mode on.
I really need to change this away from the scroll wheel. That is way too slow.
Warning. Power critical. Warning. Power critical. Warning. Power critical. Shield under attack. Extraction mode on.
Such a low percentage. Like, I might as well pick it all up because I do need all of that high quality Stillaron. But then that's giving me a lot more of the junk stuff that I do not care about. that stuff. Get it anyways. So we're still around. Show me the money. I'm good. Come on. So we've seen our highest numbers. It does seem like it is overall higher quality. But man, if it is this challenging to find enough good quality materials, like you could be paying a pretty penny to get a good P8. Which I guess, you know, that is the idea, right?
Fracturing mode on.
This does have some pretty good agresium in it, a little bit, at least.
Warning. Power critical.
Yeah, I need to get that off the scroll wheel. It took me too long to get the power down.
Extraction mode on.
Please stop. That's actually most of the low quality stuff, so let's not worry about that one. Hey, where did the better titanium go? I guess I might as well pick all this stuff up. Maybe it's like buried underneath, so I can't get to it yet. All. Yes, yes. Did it all go into this one? Yes, it did. Look at that. Oh, I was thinking maybe we could turn lamp off. This is the bright sun. You just can't look over that way because it's too bright, but it's still very dark here. Is that one buried? We'll get to that one. Can't crack that one. What the heck? I'll pick it up. Can't crack that one either. Let's go check these ones. Did I damage my mining head somehow? Do you see how that's bright red there? What did I do? I've been gentle. Haven't actually seen any ice yet, so it's kind of interesting. This is the cold planet Terminus, farthest from the star. Am I missing something here? Are they always going? No, they can't always be raw, inert materials, right? Okay, here we go. There's some good quality ice right here. Sucks. sucks. Terminus does look spooky though, doesn't it? Jeez. I'm on edge already because it is pyro. But, I mean, in my experience, pyro is actually usually safer than Stanton. We are slow. Okay, if this cluster over here doesn't have anything good for me, I'm going to take off. Ice.
Extraction mode on. Mining mode on.
$634 could actually be good. $519. Whoa, did the sun just get a lot brighter all of a sudden? Okay. Let's get this one then. I think it must just be a kind of local bug with the lighting.
Fracturing mode on.
Too bad there's not a quality level for inert materials, right? Get some high quality garbage. That's as low as I can go. Just gonna have to throttle the power. Yes. Turn it on and off. As long as desync doesn't screw me here, we'll be okay. Hey, that's all the. That's a bunch of garbage ice. We don't have to worry about that one. Okay.
Extraction mode on.
Now let's start scooping things up. What the heck? That didn't even touch me. Alright, well. I guess we're done because the head just broke off. Let's bring our wares back to Ruin Station. Oh.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
So the other part that I'm torn about, at least, is you get such low yields with the refinery processes right now. So I mean, we've got 2/3 of a hold. We're not going to get a whole lot of material out of this. Very, very minimal. Which does add to like the scarcity of the materials that we were looking for. You're looking for this high quality stuff, but man, you refine it and you still only get a small fraction of what you thought you were going to get. Okay, I'm not going to bother repairing it because new patch is going to be out tomorrow, and I'll get brand new equipment anyways. I also don't know if any of this is going to matter if I don't remember to check my refinery orders before the new patch comes out. So, just like I had nothing to show for yesterday, or 2 days ago, maybe I'll have nothing to show for Knight's efforts as well. That could be something.
Welcome to the ASOS vehicle. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
I don't think I need these for the rest of the little bit I got here. Just gonna play on mute. Let my ears breathe a little bit. I'm tired, guys. A long day. 1 a.m. here. We've got 12. 12 good Stellaron. Man, this is brutal. 12 of the 803, 3 of the 900. Oof.
I'm thinking about going on one of those Starliner cruises. I'm a little worried about being cooped up on a ship that long, but I hear the vistas are stunning. Of course.
Okay. Want highest yield. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh. It's still only like a third of what we got. A third to a half in some cases. Oh. Killing me. Okay, let's keep going through. Is there any that is really high yield? Look at these bottom ones. Where's my 900? We can get one. Or one. one. Holy, there's just no way to really get a whole lot out of this, is there? Did I get rated or something? How did we jump up to 7 viewers on Twitch? I guess the best one is just going to be this Pyrometric Chromalysis because it's low cost, but I mean, it's the same yield as what we were getting on the other ones, but hey, at least it's low cost, so just do that, I guess. That is brutal. You get so little out of it. Come on. There we go. Let me out. Okay, well, I do feel a little bad because we did just have a sudden influx of viewers, but hey, if you guys want to catch me just a little bit earlier tomorrow, starting at 8:30 MST. I do typically stream every Friday. This week I've been trying to stream more while I am in between jobs, trying to see if this will take off. Not sure yet. Hasn't exactly panned out as of yet, but I do want to give a shout out to the channel members. Orbital Bombardiers and Up get a special mention in each and every stream and video that I upload. So thank you very much for your support. Short of that, hey, like, share, subscribe, drop a follow. All of that helps me a lot. But hey, that said, this is Odd Job